Hello, testing. Okay, it is working now. Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Is Lamberto. Let's
Yes.
see if we can get Casper in here.
Can anyone hear me yet?
I believe they can.
Okay. I'll just
Right,
be
they say
waiting.
they can hear us.
I'll just be waiting. What's Freddy on your analysis?
Let's see our analysis here. I'll add you into the forecasting team.
But I want to be on the coverage team.
Well, you're able to be on multiple. Don't worry.
Well, I want to be on one of them. Is that possible?
Well, in forecasting, you get to help analysis. Just help with analysis.
I suck at analyzing storms, which is why I went and asked you for opinions, because I'm not very sure.
So our current analysis is 130 miles per hour, 946 millibars. It has weakened in the past hour. Gonna ping the server.
Everyone or at here?
Maybe at here.
That's probably a better idea.
I was gonna do at video announcements, at red mode, all that stuff. But I'll add at here because it's live commentary.
I'll just be watching the chat, see if there's any questions.
Right.
Because I'm trying to do something else at the same time. Anyways, let me fill in on you for you here. Freddy is a Category 4 cyclone. The JTWC has coded this as a direct threat to the South Indian Ocean. Class 3 warnings are in effect for Mauritius.
The Meteo France is saying a very intense tropical cyclone will strike Madagascar in 24 hours. Which is strange because it is undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle, likely weakening it.
Yeah. I think the storm just started its eye wall replacement cycle not too long ago.
It's been doing that for like, it's started showing signs like 12 hours ago.
Well, I was probably asleep 12 hours ago. Anyways, the models in Madagascar have been underestimating and overestimating the storm. Models debating. Some models say will make landfall as a Cat 2 or a Cat 1 cyclone. Some models are saying Cat 2 or Cat 3. Probably the Cat 2 or Cat 3 ones are probably accurate. Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale equivalent. Just because there's almost no wind shear in the storm's path and the sea surface temperatures are warm.
Cat 3 to 4 makes the most sense in my opinion, as its weakening is expected to be slow, and it might, if it completes its eye wall replacement cycle, I believe it will make a Cat 4 landfall. If it doesn't, and if it fails it, likely Cat 3. But really, I'm just expecting low-end Cat 3 to... the worst is probably mid-range Cat 4.
The worst case scenario would be for the storm to stall in Mozambique. That's too early to tell.
Well, some models have been showing that it is going to stall in the Mozambique channel. As our latest forecast shows, now it's pushing it around like 3.5 days out instead of the 3-day range. Some models have been showing it recurving out again. Back into the Mozambique channel.
Yeah, it's not about the wind, it's about the rain.
Yeah, currently, Zimbabwe could receive impacts as well. Same with South Africa.
South Africa is just getting the remnants of a possibly like moderate amount of rain.
Zimbabwe could get a tropical depression through it, or tropical storm.
It's like Batsirai all over again, but except this one is just...
Well, this one's
came
going
from-
towards Mozambique.
Yeah. We might see impacts like Cyclone Dineo from 2017. Well, again, Dineo had a had kind of a balanced wind and rain. This one might be, a lot of rain instead of much wind. I don't think the wind's really gonna do anything, but just cut down power for like a few weeks. Not much property damage can come from the wind.
I'm seeing 11 inches of rain, or around 300 millimeters of rain possible in Mozambique within the next 5 days. Madagascar is around 250 milliliters, or around 10 inches, 9.5 inches.
Well, we do know Mozambique is going to get rain, but exactly how much is too early to tell.
La Reunion is expected to get 6 inches of rain. Some reason it's just like a huge patch of rain there.
This is like the Cyclone Leon from February 2000. It's all over again, but that Leon made landfall as a major equivalent storm in Mozambique and made a like category 1 landfall in Madagascar. It's like that, but it's like reversed.
Someone's welcome, Casper. Hello.
Hello?
Alright, the stream can hear you.
Oh, good to know. Thank you for letting me on.
You're welcome. Michael Cat 5 would like to note that Euro has a storm landfall in long range GFS has a strong cyclone in the North Indian Ocean.
I believe that's at hour 384. So that's really long out. That's really a long way out, and I don't think that's probably gonna happen.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Long range
Still-
models have slim chance, unfortunately. Or actually, it
But
depends.
Unfortunately.
It depends if it's fortunate on a. If it's a fish storm, it's unfortunate. If it's a land storm, that is fortunate. Actually,
Yeah.
when Freddy formed early, I wanted it to become a Cat 5 because I thought its whole life it was gonna be a fish storm, but it did things that we would never expect.
So,
Well, we don't know what to expect right now. So I remember Freddy, when it first started forming off of Australia, I saw the ensembles showing that it was going to curve back into Australia. Which definitely did not happen.
honestly, if it wasn't for Dingani, we probably wouldn't have had this situation right now. But unfortunately, we're having a very strong storm impacting Madagascar. Well, it will be. And,
Can you explain Dingani and its influence?
what do you say?
Well,
Can you explain Dingani's influence on the storm?
It had a big influence.
How so?
Dingani, I believe I looked at the wind currents. I'm not sure if it was really from Dingani, but after Dingani, the wind currents did kind of shift.
When Dingani passed southwards, like when it was in the southern Indian Ocean, when it went down south and continued to intensify, its outflow likely pumped the subtropical ridge to its east and strengthened it therefore, and kept Freddy on a more westward track. That's
Right.
probably didn't really recurve out to sea and went straight towards Madagascar.
I remember Freddy was showing signs of striking Madagascar 10 days out, which is fairly rare
Yeah, that was a very high confidence in the
for
model.
ATCF is not working at this moment.
Yeah, I'm using a Rhino, and at the moment they have 115 knots, 951 millibars.
151 millibars.
950.
Sorry, not 951. Yeah.
Freddy is currently on some analysis. The analysis hasn't updated. We just hopefully the JTWC get to update their advisory.
The eye has been wobbling for quite some time. Earlier on windy satellite, it was showing -8 °C eye, or -5. Now it is showing it back into the positives.
Indicating a
Yeah, I'm looking at
significantly
that.
strong cyclone.
4°C.
Windy satellite is the one we can rely on right now because I don't think there's any nearby satellite to actually focus on the storm.
Well, actually, there is one. Ram B.
But Rambi is
or I
only
mean-
getting images.
Well, no, I mean, using Ram B, if you go to the South Pole imagery, you're able to see. Yeah, there it is.
Did you see it, Will? I need to check.
I'll send an imagery. Give me a moment. Let me pull this up. Alright, Riley Doxy would like to join. I'm gonna add him in.
There's,
Hello, welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
That's good.
Here is some infrared imagery. But this was a little while out, as you can see it's...
The eye.
This
That
was-
was yesterday morning, speaking local time in the U.S.
Is that from tomorrow?
That's from
no.
Randy.
This is from JPSS.
Oh, I thought you said it was from Randy.
Yeah, Rambi. I'm using Rambi to see this.
Oh,
It's a satellite focused on the South Pole.
I see.
but there are no actual satellites that's like focused on the storm.
Nope.
Apparently, unfortunate.
I'm just using Dappy at the moment. Its latest frame is still stuck at.
Mawari does not show the storm's eye anymore. Meteostat is really...
At this point, you're just as good off using Ghost East as you would be using Himawari. I mean, that's how far out of range it is at this point.
Yeah, just use Dappy at the moment. You'll get the best imagery from there.
Yeah.
Is there latest microwave? Hold on. Okay. The India Meteorological Department have it at a Dvorak T number 6.0 at the moment. For 18Z.
All flights from Mauritius are cancelled.
Interesting.
I don't think Reunion is in the tropical storm quadrant anymore. It's just they added advisory.
Hold on. As of 18Z on the MFR code, it still shows it. Yeah, it still shows Reunion in the tropical storm force. Rain. What happened?
Chase left.
I'll wait then. Oh, he's back.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome.
Technical difficulties.
Probably. Hold on. I did say I'm gonna take a look at if there's any recent microwave in the field. I'm looking, can't seem to find anything. The latest is from 1341Z. Yeah, nothing new on microwave at the moment. But I'm gonna see what MFR went for. The Dvorak things. 5.5. How did they expect it to become a very intense tropical cyclone that quickly anyway? I get the conditions are right, but... And how haven't they recognised that it's either replacement cyclone?
And she just disconnected there.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that right there. That kind. I mean, if it wasn't in the eyewall replacement, I would understand that because it is in a perfect environment. But with the eyewall replacement, I don't think it'll be able to become a VITC again before that point. If it even did complete, it would be intensified. It'd play like 5 to 10 knots, and it would be like in the last 12 hours. Which that's possible, I suppose, but I don't see it recompleting in the next couple hours to intensify to a VITC.
Yeah, I agree. At least the 24-hour point. I mean, I guess that's probably more reasonable, but the 12-hour point, having it at VITC isn't really that good.
It's like a forecast that's made for a storm that just completed it and is starting to RI when that's not the case. It still has probably like halfway to go through it. So
there's a bit of a time crunch involved. And it's taking its sweet time doing its eyewall replacement cycle. Or it's trying.
I do kind of see why they did go and do a forecast like that. I mean, if the people in Madagascar right now took a look at it, they would probably start freaking out, and they would probably go, yeah, let's do whatever they need to do. And then obviously they get whatever they need to do done, and I guess they're safe, or they're more safe, I don't know.
Yeah.
But then again, it's best to go do a more realistic scenario and forecast what's actually likely to happen. I guess in a more
well, I remember Batsky, right? I do remember that cyclone was a very significant cyclone, but I don't actually think like many people cared in Madagascar.
Yeah.
They just kind of sat through it basically. There was some damages here and there, but everything was fine. So I guess they went with that prediction. Freak people out saying, oh, this is going to be like worse than last year.
I guess in a more moral sense, the forecast comes alright, but in a more realistic sense, I'm not entirely sure. I definitely don't expect a VITC in 12 hours. That's probably not going to happen. Given the current situation with the eyewall replacement cycle, it's probably not.
That's a very slim chance. VITC in 12 hours. That's a little bit outrageous, actually.
The eyewall replacement cycle is going to have to finish quick, and it's not going to finish.
It's wobbling very hard.
It's likely not going to be able to complete for another 12 hours.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess about another 12 hours, and that's probably on the sooner end, which now I would say it looks more likely to complete sooner than I expected, but still I'm expecting probably 12 hours before it completes.
The only thing that conditions like that, that wind shear almost being nil and warm sea surface temperatures, all that's doing is keeping the cyclone structure strong. That's all that's doing. So I don't see, with the eyewall replacement cycle, I don't see how it can turn to a VITC. I mean, I know, conditions is right. That's what they say, but all that's doing is just keeping the structure alive at this point.
I mean, regardless, this system should remain fairly powerful, and impacts, they're going to be pretty big. Obviously, stronger if this does get to a VITC status, likely, but
There's some chance in the next 12 hours.
As Riley did just say, we're probably not going to expect any significant intensification in the next 12 hours because we've got to wait for the eyewall replacement cycle to finish. But, slim chance, I would agree with that, but very slim. Very slim. And personally, I don't expect it.
Cyclone.
Hold on.
Is gonna leave. I don't think, in my opinion, I don't really think the wind is gonna do much in this scenario.
It's not expected to be so significant. I've checked.
Yeah.
I will check the models, hold on, but I don't think rainfall's going to be a significant factor. Wind will probably
Well,
be.
maybe only over the higher part of the mountains where they'll get naturally more rain because they're higher up. But this is probably mainly a surge coastal thing.
Yeah, when the Iowa replacement cycle finishes, we're going to have definitely bigger surge. It's not going to be very good.
If the Iowa does actually like finish and it turns into VITC next, well, if that actually does happen, then I feel like it's gonna leave like people without power for like the next few months. Keep in mind all the storm surge and all that. So it could turn from a messy situation to a catastrophic situation depending on what it's gonna do in 12 hours.
Yeah. Hold on. I've just put a link in the group chat, and yeah, it'll take you over to a website that has all tidbits products while ATCF is down. It's even got its own ATCF, so anything, it's fine. You should be able to get joint typhoon warning center intensity from there.
Yeah, like I guess I could rely on your website if Tropical Tidbits fails me again.
It's not even that, it's just that the normal ATCF is down, so we have absolutely nothing from there. And therefore, as Tropical Tidbits relies on ATCF, everything, like all of its products will rely on the system is...
I use Tropical Tidbits, to like get the storm's location and the models. I don't really rely off of intensity there. I mean, sometimes I do agree with it, but intensity I kind of do on my own. But all the other stuff I do get from there. So it's kind of been really hard to keep track of the system. I had to manually get the location, manually check other agencies and stuff and models.
Yeah. I see what you're getting, yeah. Honestly, yeah, at least we have an alternative at the moment while ATCF is down. Because TT does rely on ATCF, and we have to get something. We have to a source for everything.
I wonder if there's like an ATCF website where it tells you the status of ATCF.
Well, like when it's down or whatever.
Yeah. Think of it as like an online video game. Like when the website is down, there's like a status website saying when it's gonna be back up.
They would need to use that website a lot if they had it, because the ATCF server is bad at times, and I've seen it to where sometimes it'll go back up with a simple refresh. Sometimes, like today, it's down for days. I even seen it one time it was down for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
It's a bad server.
I think they've been using the server for since possibly since 2015 or something. They've never really upgraded it.
Yeah, I've been hearing about it.
It's very outdated, the servers they're currently using.
Having issues like that, they're gonna have to upgrade them. So there's no way they can keep like this.
I think the last time the ATCF actually upgraded their servers, or the last time they actually did it, was in 2012 or something like that.
That's right. So according to ATCF right now, we have 115 knots and 951 millibars at the moment. The storm is at 19.2 degrees south, 55 degrees east. Looking. Yeah.
At least the JTWC forecast is easy to access, which is fortunate.
Yeah.
I've tried going to website like Weather Nerds and stuff for more information.
Yeah, Weather Nerds might actually be the best for this because I'm checking the website I've just sent to you guys and I don't think it's updating either. Like with all the ensemble products. So.
Is that the ATCF website that you sent?
No, it's just like product that Ryan Lack made. Yeah, just to keep everyone updated, I guess, with the latest things. But I don't
there
think.
it is.
Hold on. Yeah, because the GEFS ensemble is stuck at 18Z yesterday, and then the GEPS ensemble was stuck at 12Z yesterday. It's not really up to date at the moment. I think Weather Nerds might be the best thing to use at the moment. I think that's the only website that actually has. I don't know, I'm gonna have to check. I think it might actually have something we might use. Yeah, Weather Nerds is up to date.
Did they do it manually?
I think so.
Oh jeez.
They don't rely on ATCF.
I think they have different people in different time zones updating it then.
They don't rely on ATCF. I'm seeing here that they've got the
Forecasters like the NHC.
Okay, the Euro run is not good because it shows it that when it exits the Euro shows that when it exits Madagascar, it starts to intensify pretty quickly, and then the next frame, because for me the regular one hasn't loaded, so I'm using the EC Fast. It's at 984 millibar and inland pretty good. So it has it probably intensifying to the 970s. So it has it dropping like 30 millibar and like 24 to 36 hours, however long it has over the channel.
Yeah. I've seen it. So there are up-to-date ensembles on here. There's the Euro ensemble from 6Z, and then there's the GFS ensemble from 12Z today. Yeah, everything's up to date here on Weather Nerds. There's another website, hold on, that has up-to-date Euro ensembles. Oh yeah, by the way, the 12Z Euro ensemble comes out in 7 minutes, so we're gonna get new information from there.
Alright, wow, we reached 11 concurrent viewers.
Don't worry about the numbers, just have fun.
Yes.
I mean, it's not really about having fun, and it's about getting the right information out, but yeah, I get your point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the fun part. I mean, if you're just sitting there by yourself getting fake news, first of all, that's bad. Don't ever do that. Second of all, it's not really fun. It's like every time I'm like on a live event or I do one, I just the fun part about it is like it feels like you're an actual weatherman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got. Yeah, at the moment, yeah, the 6Z ensemble from Euro shows it. Yeah, so it makes landfall in Madagascar first, re-emerges over the Mozambique channel, makes landfall over Mozambique, and recurves and heads southeast. I've seen that I think it was the GFS that shows it rapidly intensifying once it re-emerges over the Mozambique Channel again. But that's too far out to really know yet. So I wouldn't really look into that in too much detail at the moment.
Yeah, it's not that it's too far out, it's that we don't know how the structure will be when it gets there. That'll be what determines if it'll be able to, intensify rapidly, because if the structure's still good, then that would not be good for Mozambique. But if the structure gets torn up a lot over Madagascar, and it's really broad, it would take time for it to organize. So that's the main thing with that, I think.
Yeah, I'll go check the models. I'm going to check that GFS run and see how far out that was. So I do believe that it being that far out might actually still have an impact on its unreliability at the moment, but I will check. So I'm looking, and no, I think hold on. Where is that chase gone?
I think I'm gonna swap the stream to another computer. My better one, since I got the internet working.
No, that was the icon model. That's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah. Icon showed that. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's past 5 days. That was. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. The one-time GFS isn't actually performing it so strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. New Euro Ensemble run comes out in 3 minutes.
Right.
We'll be able to see how it goes. At the moment, the 6Z run. Yeah, there's high confidence in the Madagascar landfall going the way. Alright, that's good. I should probably put Minecraft off my taskbar because I keep going on it by accident. Okay. Yeah, there's high confidence in a Mozambique landfall at the moment from the Euro ensembles. And then, yeah, it does recurve.
My mic. There we go. Now people will be able to hear me.
Oh, that's good.
Now I'm gonna put on some music.
Where's my mic? Good? Is my mic good?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Okay. Yep. Good.
Let's see, YouTube.
Hold on, I'll be back.
Alright. I'm currently pulling up the music. There we go. Should I turn up or down the music? Alright. down? Alright. There we go. Okay, now time to look at the model runs. GFS is calling a landfall within 30 hours. 1 p.m. actually, so 24 hours. Or within 22 hours, I believe. And a Mozambique landfall. At 1 a.m. February 24th.
It's going to have, as I said, about 30 hours over the channel. The condition will be very favorable. It's just that the structure will not be very favorable. So, depending on how much work that it has to do to be able to repair its structure, which will obviously depend on how much it gets torn up over land.
Yeah.
And in that situation, we'll have to see what it is. Obviously, some re-intensification is very likely, but the amount will determine, how quickly it can reorganize its structure and how much it gets torn up over land. That's that stuff. So, almost kind of like when a storm moves into the South China Sea, how much does it get torn up by the mountains? So, that's what we have to watch for, and with that, I think.
If its structure is good, it could pull a Noru.
No, I think that's a little bit extreme because just because of the fact that you see in this situation, it's the environment's not a whole lot different. It's just that Noru had just a more favorable position.
More oceanic heat content?
Not necessarily that it had more oceanic heat content, but it had better equatorward outflow. Like, for example, right now, Freddy has better all-around outflow, but Noru had a better equatorward outflow. And not only that, but you got to realize Noru developed a pinhole line in the South China Sea there. So unless that happens, and this thing tries to do a Gombe, then I don't think it'll be able to re-intensify to a major before Mozambique. But maybe we shouldn't doubt Freddy because remember 10 days ago this was supposed to head poleward and go into cooler water.
Yeah.
And now here it is all the way over here after the Cat 5 peak yesterday, and now weakening down, but still a very strong and dangerous system that is going to hit Madagascar in about 24 hours. So, but yeah, just
here's a
never would have thought that 2 weeks ago that we would be here.
I found a good topographic map. Send it in. Also, I'll pull up the ensembles for the stream to see. So, let me get this right. Yeah, it's likely gonna hit around over here, get into the mountainous terrain. There is a little gap over here that it could just manage to slide through. If it happened to go north, though, it would be completely destroyed.
It would be like Mancut. It was a Cat 5 for like 4 or 5 days, and it hit the Philippines, and when it moved back into the South China Sea, it went from a Cat 5 monster to being literally not even a CDO. It was literally just a big monsoonal convective band rotating around an exposed center at that point. So, I mean, I don't think this is going to happen here because this system's not this large when it's hitting. When you have a system that's, and in the case of Mancut, where you had a system that was that large where it hit, it was, that's not good because it makes it so much more broad since it was already large. This is expanding due to the eyewall replacement, but it's not going to be nearly as large as Mancut was. So Therefore, it's probably not going to be a situation like that. But obviously, when you're dealing with mountains that you have to pass over, 1,000 plus meter peaks, you're definitely going to have your entire structure completely ripped apart, without a doubt.
Yeah. Ooh, here's some new, better imagery. Probably gonna share my screen just so you can see it in live time. Gonna lower the everything here.
I haven't been looking at radar, but from the looks of IR imagery, it certainly looks at this point that the outer eye wall would be more dominant by now, based on the looks of it.
Hey, the storm right now.
There's
The storm right now has a very interesting appearance. I believe it reminds me of Darian.
Well, this is I wouldn't say it's really anything too uncommon during a system that's undergoing an eye wall replacement. But based on the looks of it, I would say that at this point, the outer eye wall is certainly dominant by now, just simply because of the fact that you can see it has deeper convection, and you can see that the convection is warming around the eye a little bit. So that tells me that the inner eye wall is starting to weaken a little bit and give way to the outer eye wall. It's still obviously got some time before it will complete, but that tells me right now that the dominance is shifting to the outer eye wall.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Let me get a drawing tool.
Okay. Alright. Hello, guys.
Hello.
I'm good.
Alright. I'm currently sharing my screen just so you guys can get real time. So it's not a stream delay. Let's see, no, that's too thick. Alright, here we go. So this is the central eye right here. Oops. Let me do a different color.
Okay. Alright, so I had some issues.
Alright.
It should be good now. Right. Okay, so
Here, I'll show this part. So right here is the outer eye wall, and this one right here is the inner eye wall. Let me zoom out. This whole thing. It's mainly formed definitely around here. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. Are you guys watching my stream?
I'm not. Where would the link to that be at?
No, I'm talking about Discord stream.
I don't even see it. Oh, okay, I do now.
This is currently the outer eye wall.
It's still loading for me. It's a bit okay. I see it now. Go ahead and do what you're doing.
Alright. And then here's the inner eye wall.
Yep, you would be correct. That's my observation that I was getting at.
All right.
And as I look at it, you can tell that the outer eye wall at this point has deeper convection and is thicker, and is most likely becoming more dominant now. And that's also more evidenced by how the fact that very next to the cloud tops in the eye are becoming warmer. So that's another sign that the outer eye wall is starting to establish its dominance more here, as we are probably at this point, I would say, about halfway through the eye wall replacement.
Halfway already?
About another 12 hours. Well, it depends, but I would say that it's been going on now for a good part of the last 12 to 18 hours or more. So when you consider that, it's quite normal, but maybe a little bit slower than expected. But you got to remember, we started with a fairly large eye here, at least for the storm size. We started with a 25-mile eye, which is still, one that would normally take a bit of time to do an eye wall replacement. But another thing to realize here is that even if it, is weakening a bit, the impacts, they get worse. So in reality, there's no situation where an eye wall replacement is bad. Hey, listen, I was in Ian. It underwent an eye wall replacement, and then it re-intensified before landfall. I had 5 foot of water in my house.
Oh wow, yeah.
If this were to ever be able to do something like that, where it re-intensifies before landfall, and even if it doesn't, I'm saying that the surge, on the coastal Madagascar where it hits,
and the wind field would also increase.
Right, the wind field. Oh yes, the wind field increases as well with this, and that's another reason why the damage, goes up, and the surge is more spread out and higher, is because when that wind field goes more, it's pushing more of that seawater in. The only positive thing here is that
it could
it's
weaken.
very deep, right all the way up to the coast. Very deep, the water, until about a mile or two. So it's not like it's a continental shelf that's going to be pushing water or anything like that. But still, when you look at everything, and it's still a bad situation, no matter how you put it here, because you have a definite landfall at this point in Madagascar. They're zeroing in the models. We're pretty confident at this point where it's going to hit at. It's going to hit in 24 hours as a powerful and dangerous system. It's that simple, regardless of whether or not it re-intensifies or not, or what happens. It's still going to be very dangerous.
Yeah. Eye temperatures are currently minus 5 degrees Celsius.
Do we have a 20Z fix at the moment? Do we have an intensity for 20Z?
Oh, we need to do that right now, yeah. Give me a moment. I'm going to measure the distance of the eye. Oops, nope, that's too close. Like 15 miles.
I
Or
would go
25
with
kilometers.
115. I'd go with 115 knots.
And what pressure?
Yeah. At the moment, I want to.
Well, you see, I don't think the pressure's only. I think the pressure's only about probably 10 to 12 millibars from the peak intensity. And a lot of times during an eye wall replacement, a lot of people and agencies, in my opinion, obviously unless they have recon, but in this case they don't. So, or an observation or anything. So I think in cases where they don't, during the eye wall replacement, they raise the pressure a little bit too much. So For me, I think it's like probably 937. The JTWC has it at 951, but I don't see that.
Yeah.
We know how bad they do sometimes.
There's something weird going on. There's like rain that is going to be constantly active over La Reunion. And heavy rain. If you look on my screen share. Like possibly the next 12 hours. And pulling up rain accumulation, it's like 5 inches.
I'm looking at the past hour, and it hasn't really changed significantly at all. I would sit with 130 knots at the moment, and with what Riley said, I don't think we've really had a significant pressure rise at all. So I think all our other estimates haven't been that great pressure-wise, but yeah, I'm gonna say something in like high 30s, low 40s, somewhere in that range.
Alright.
Oh, looks like might be tracking a little bit north of forecasted. Based on that right there that you have.
Yeah. Radar's not showing much.
That's something to see. Well,
I think
that would bring it more
starting to go out range
towards the mountain.
Yeah, it is more north.
Yeah,
I think it might
looks
be
like it's
going
right
out
about
of
10 miles.
range.
Oh no, that sucks. Then we can't really see, the
No,
eye wall
not like
replacement progress. But I definitely think that based on satellite, the outer eye wall has established, or will soon be dominant, because you can see how the convection around the eye now is getting warmer.
Yeah.
And the outer eye wall is getting colder. So I definitely think the dominance is going to be shifting if it already hasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are right. It is shifting a bit north. I think we'll be going out of range, out of radar range fairly soon. It is moving out now. It will be.
Does Madagascar have
That's
radar?
why- Nope, it doesn't.
Right.
Still developing a country. But I don't even know if it's developing. And it's not developing. I personally don't think it is. But my point is the fact that it's too portable for radar at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, so this is our forecast cone, roughly.
Wait, where'd you put it? Oh, wait.
Sharing it.
I can't look at it.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be having to pass over some pretty high mountain peaks. So,
Oh yeah,
obviously.
Yeah, this color that's right over here, that is 4 kilometers. And that reddish
Looks like
color
it's going to be.
is 2 kilometers or higher.
Yeah, it's going to be torn up badly.
The best case scenario is if it goes right around here. It'll get absolutely shredded
that's the
by
highest
it.
peak. Oh, if that happens, it might end up like Mancut, where there's like the whole CDO is just gone. And it's just a big monsoonal band rotating around an exposed center.
Yeah.
Look like something that upwelled almost,
Yeah.
If that happened, it wouldn't recover. But if it doesn't go over that, and it can somewhat hold itself together and quickly rebound, then it could possibly and likely at that point re-intensify to a hurricane before it hits. So that's the main thing with that, really, is just, as we've been saying, how much it gets torn up when it passes over Madagascar.
Yeah. The worst case scenario would probably be the southernmost part. There's less mountains to deal with.
I think it's also more rural there, though, so I don't think we're going to get as many impacts if it does go more south.
Alright.
Which it likely won't. I mean, I think it's more rural. I'm gonna check. Oh, God. I'm not very well experienced
I
in
have a good
Madagascar. No.
population area estimator.
The east is quite dense. So wherever it makes landfall on the east, it's especially simple.
Alright, here, it's pretty much the same. Same, like, population density here.
I was shown a population density map of Madagascar once, and I think it showed that the east was actually probably the most densest. That's what I remember.
What I don't understand is, you see, the JCWC, they in the South Hemisphere, they issue advisories every 12 hours, but
yeah.
they have the option to deem it necessary every 6 if they need to. So I don't understand now if this doesn't deem it necessary, then what would? Because you have a major landfall that is expected in 24 hours.
Yeah.
So I don't understand how at this point that they can't deem it necessary to issue a 6-hour advisory. If it was in the Western Pacific right now, I'd be getting at least 3-hour position fixes.
Yeah, yeah. Because this one, it's very out of date.
Did they do 12-hour fixes for storms like Batsaru and Emnati and storms like that hitting Madagascar? Did they do 12-hour advisories on those storms?
I don't know.
I've seen it before, in some storms in the South Hem, but I can't really remember. I think they did it for a die. I think they did it for that, and I think they did it for Harold. But it's not very often of when they did it. They might have done it for Trevor when it was in the Gulf of Carpentaria, but I'm not. It's not very often. I know that.
See, what's unusual is the fact the Dry Typhoon Warning Centre started issuing 6-hour advisories when it first formed, right? And now it's at Category 4 intensity. And even when it was Category 5, they still issued 12-hour advisories, even though it was posing it and still is posing a threat to land. I don't understand, because earlier on, when Freddy first formed, there was absolutely no threat to land. Yet it was intensifying quickly. No threat to land. Right now, there's a threat to land. It's a way stronger storm than it was at first peak, and no 6-hour advisories. Seems pretty unusual to me.
Yeah.
I really don't think the
I
JTWC
don't
handled this well.
There's some things I don't understand, and that's certainly one of them. That makes sense. That makes less sense than a lot of the things that they did, but that's one of the less ones. Now is when it deserves those 6-hour advisories more than ever, and 3-hour position updates at least. So that's what I think, because I mean, I know their main AOR is the West Pacific, but if it was in the West Pacific, they most definitely would be doing 3-hour position updates.
Yeah. The JTWC did not do a good job at all with Dvorak fixes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they feel pretty. Oh, I'm just gonna check something.
I'm gonna post the stream on Twitter.
I'm looking on Zoom Earth right now, and apparently the first C5 peak was 135 knots, which isn't true. So I just checked the BT, and yeah, it turns out that they kept 150.
I don't understand the reason behind that one either.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid. Honestly,
I would definitely put the peak of yesterday. I would probably put that one at 145, and the other one I would say 135 or 140. But for me, I got 135 of that one.
Yeah, 145 seems too much for a C5 peak. Yeah, and Zoomorph
Yeah,
is pretty unreliable. They don't update much. It's not 135 at first peak. Yeah.
No, that's unlikely. The eye was colder, and the CDO wasn't as well organized as now. This peak here, I think this was 145 or 150. That the one yesterday, that one was the one they should have put at 145.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay on the safer side and say 145. I just feel like 150 in my head's a bit too much for what I thought. I guess everyone has their reasons. So. Let's check the latest frames. What do we have?
Someone said 19-degree eye.
Oh,
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's
yeah,
cooling off
yeah.
because the inner eye wall's dying out. So
Hmm.
that's actually not a good thing. That
Yeah,
means
that is
it's
right. That is
starting to complete it.
yeah, that is rapid cooling. Yeah, I'm looking at the
Yeah,
latest
usually
frame of that here.
Usually, you don't have it maintain a warm eye during an EWRC. There's only ever like 3 or 4 storms that have maintained a warm eye throughout all of it.
Yeah, the center of the eye is minus 31 degrees Celsius. And now there's a cold spot covering it, clouds.
Yeah, there's like a little, like a debris.
Yeah, yeah. The Sapphire frame has it at minus 17, so it has cooled pretty rapidly recently, and yeah, likely due to the fact that the
CDO
NOI
is larger as well. The CDO is becoming larger as well. That's another sign of an advancing eye-wall replacement cycle when the CDO is becoming larger, which is what's happening here, which is, again, as we've said before, not a good thing because it makes the impact worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't going to be good. Yeah, yeah. For Madagascar, this is going to be very horrifying, especially with it expanding in size and the larger storms that are going to come with it.
Gonna try and measure the size of this thing. Almost 400 miles, or 600 kilometers.
Yeah, in about an hour we should get the next giant typhoon warning sent to Dvorak fix.
Alright.
In about an hour, maybe a bit less to be honest. But yeah, we should get it soon.
Alright, on this you
Even
can
though right
definitely
now,
see that it's
yeah,
north of the forecast.
even though right now Dvorak probably doesn't matter so much at the moment, because we know what's happening with Freddy right now.
Yeah. Also, the storm seems to be moving just barely slower than what was forecasted.
Yeah, I think that's only like a very, very, very marginal decrease in speed than what was originally expected. I wouldn't be too bothered by that, but yeah, there was a very slight slow speed. Yeah.
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 Something that I find interesting is Botswana is in the forecast cone.
As of the last JTWC advisory, it was moving at 18 knots.
Right.
I don't think that it's really changed You know, it's obviously, as you can see on the satellite, it's a bit more north. That could be due to the wobbles of the EWRC, or it could be a trend or not. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But if it ends up more north, then that signifies that it could trend a bit more north in the next update. Because I mean, if it did, then that would bring it over some of those higher peaks and put it more at risk of getting more structurally messed up.
True.
Yeah.
It's also got less time over water if it goes more north, since Cone seems to be coming in from the northeast, so it will kind of get from an
especially with the
angle.
way the coastline is shaped. Especially with the way the coastline is shaped here. Because
Yeah, it's more tilted.
It's almost kind of like a reverse Florida in a way, where it's
I see what
instead
you're
of
saying.
Yeah.
So if it trended south, you're right that you alluded to that now, because it would have a little bit more time over water because now it looks like more likely this will complete before landfall, but it probably won't have that much time. But if it's south, it could add a little bit more time and give it a little bit more intensity if it re-intensifies.
Yeah, with the way it's going currently, I don't think it's going to go south, but yeah, would be going either way if it did go north or south. Yeah.
Menon Jerry is looking like the landfall site. I am wondering where Batsurai and Amnati strikes.
Well, originally Amnati was forecasted to strike near where Batsurai did, but it ended up going south, pretty south in Madagascar.
Yeah.
Amnati was in about a 4-day eye wall replacement cycle.
Yeah.
Amnati was.
It did have quite a long one.
And it never completed it at all. It just continued to slowly weaken until landfall.
Yeah.
It actually getting busted open by continental dry air because of it failing to complete it, especially with the way that it was moving parallel to the coast and the way that the mountains and the downsloping. Amnati really had a potential to be very strong, but because of that, it wasn't able to complete it. It just couldn't, which was obviously a good thing for Madagascar, but that's something that can usually happen when the environment is bad. In this case, I don't think that the environment's actually very good. It's just that the eye wall replacement is why we're experiencing a slow weakening trend at the moment. But as we've seen that it could be establishing now dominance to the outer eye wall.
Batsurai made landfall a little bit more north than what Freddy's forecasted to do.
I believe we're currently at 63.8850 AC currently, and this storm has been monitored by an RSMC officially for 17 days.
Wait, 63 point what?
63.8850.
Alright, so that means it has beaten FICO of 1978, Rita of 1972, and Hurricane Isabel.
And we will easily surpass Irma before landfall, and then it's going to be very close between second to fourth, because look at those storms and how 3 of them separated that close right there.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not possible to get to Ioke unless it just did a sudden recurve and became a major again, which is not going to happen. But still,
well, we don't know yet.
It's unbelievable that it would be able to get up to possibly second and eighth.
Yeah. Icon model is very strange. I want to know why it turns like that.
What is the new one? What's the new one?
Oh boy! If it does that, then that is the icing on the cake. It's like that sweating meme in Ioke looking at it.
Yeah.
I'm being told that if that run verifies, it could become a storm that produces more than 80 AC. That's what I've heard. It probably will in that case. Hold on.
It looks like a front just hits it. Hopefully it doesn't do that. I'm gonna pull up wind forecast map from Zoom Earth.
Wait, that is one weird track. That's one weird path, to be honest.
Yeah.
I doubt that the icon one's probably going to verify it, though. I'm going to look at how it's looked like over the past few runs. I think it's been fairly consistent on this, to be honest. Hold on. So... No, icon's actually been fairly consistent on this scenario.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, yeah, it's basically had the same thing happening. It's
Nav
had it
gem
making landfall in
is
Mozambique.
interesting as well.
Is it? Oh. Yeah, it kind of follows the icon scenario without it making landfall, which stays over water.
Yeah. That's just way too south, though. Here, I'm actually gonna do a comparison.
I got disconnected, but I'm back.
Alright.
Oh.
Oh wow! Look at
Yeah,
you're right.
smart,
Look
yeah.
at the EC in someone. Oh wow, that would be crazy. If that one right there that shows it getting becoming a cane again, if that one verified, it might actually be able to do it.
Oh well,
I mean,
yeah.
obviously that's a stretch.
Euro
That's one
ensembles are
member,
showing
but
that?
it's yeah, but the operational dies it out over land. So until that's different, I'm not too confident.
Right, the chat's discussing that the front is going to hit the storm.
Well, a front wouldn't really hit Freddy once it immediately leaves Madagascar. It'll first.
Mozambique.
Yeah, when it gets
It's definitely
Yeah,
going to
Mozambique.
hit Mozambique.
first it's gonna hit
It's
and then it might recurve back into the Mozambique channel, and then that's when it's not when it immediately leaves Madagascar.
Such a weird system.
yep.
Yeah, I'm shocked by the Euro run, to be honest.
Next advisory, it will pass Irma.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it just stalls over land for how long? Hold on.
CMC has it getting completely destroyed.
It's probably going to.
HWRF, none of these things are working because of ATCF.
Another thing, and I think this is not something that you can really establish on until after it gets in the channel, but not only how much stronger it is, but where does it go in the channel? Because if it, let's assume that it goes north and goes into, near where Adai and Eloy's hit a few years ago, and you have all that surge and all that there. So I mean, they're probably going to get some either way. But if it trended to there, that would be a bad situation too.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether or not you have the possible recurve that models might be hinting at here. So that's something I think that once it emerges in the channel, we should take a look at as well. And not only that, but if it did that, the way the coastline is, it would have more time to intensify.
Yeah.
Yeah, another scenario is I'm looking at the Euro run. I don't know if this has been mentioned already, but when it makes landfall in Mozambique, it does stay over land as a tropical cyclone. From what it looks like, it stays as a tropical cyclone for like 3 days over land as it
Yeah.
speaks. That could cause some very major flooding concerns if it does verify, which it likely won't. It does
What are
look like an
your
outlying situation, but yeah.
What are your current thoughts on 93S?
It has potential. Yeah, it has development potential. I haven't really been. I've been focusing on Freddy more rather than anything else,
Yeah,
including 99W.
It'll
From
be
99W
what?
is likely
Yeah.
not going to form.
no, 99W was just a random maker. I knew that anyways. But if that's the one the models are showing 93S, then it has a. I'm gonna say probably a name storm, but I'm not too confident more than that now. But like uh, we have all been focusing on Freddy, so I haven't really been paying too much attention either.
Yeah.
Yeah, my father downgraded it to a low chance today. In today's tropical weather. So I'm putting in this sentence in form now. I'm looking at the Euro. Yeah, I'm looking at the latest Euro on its support for named storm. I'm gonna look at the other models now as well. Yeah, GFS is actually
Oh,
on a
Quebec Storm
very good
Tracking
track.
asked, has Mozambique started preparation precautions?
I hope so.
Yeah,
I'll go to their
I really
official.
hope
I'll
so.
go to their official meteorological agency, see what they've said, if they said anything. I know the South African Weather Service have put something out. I'm
Yeah,
not
the
sure
only
if
good thing about
Mozambique's done the same thing.
the good thing that we can say about this is that both Madagascar and Mozambique are going to have, plenty of time to realize this and prepare for it because, several days now it has been, forecasted to even hit Mozambique, and it's been obviously forecasted to hit Madagascar now for over a week. So,
Yeah,
at this point, when you look at that, at least that's one good thing is that they definitely had plenty of notice in advance.
Yeah.
it's just whether their official agency have actually put something out, which I'm trying to have a look. I'm trying to translate the page, see if I can read anything from there. Alerts and warnings. Hopefully, I get something.
Gonna pull up global here. Gonna pull up the
Oh, yeah,
GFS
dude.
simulated satellite. I'm gonna go. It's 3 hour or no, or yeah, it's every 3 hours.
So I've managed to find something. They put a link out on their website, linking officially to the official forecast code from MFR. And then they've also put out a bulletin, a PDF file, which I can't translate.
All right.
I'll try this in a second. I'll see what it says. It's all in
Have
Portuguese,
a
so I
dis-
can't really figure it out.
English. They can have a discussion in English. Would you like to read it?
Oh, um, okay, right. So I've just put this into Google Translate. I'm going to read it out.
Yeah.
So this is what it says. Like this is the raw translation of everything. Tropical cyclone Freddy system weakened to the category of intense tropical cyclone, persisting with the trajectory towards the east coast of Madagascar. Thus, it is expected that the epicenter reaches the continental region of this country at the end of the 21st of February 2023. Furthermore, the same system is expected to enter Mozambique on Wednesday, the 22nd of the current month, which may affect navigation. Sea with gusty winds between parallels 18 and 24 degrees south latitude. On the other hand, the system has potential to approach the Mozambican coast, conditioning the weather in the provinces of Zambeza, Sofala, with heavy rains and winds accompanied by severe thunderstorms. INAP IP continues to monitor the evolution of this phenomenon and calls on the population to that you continue to follow the meteorological information and warnings broadcast by the competent national authorities. That's from the latest bulletin of the Meteorological Agency of Mozambique.
Sorry to interrupt, but someone said hello from South Africa. South
Hello.
Africa could receive some impacts from the system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the JTWC in their last forecast discussion, the JTWC said something about how it could possibly stall and die out as a TC down in there by the Zimbabwe South African border. So
Yeah,
that's something that it mentioned that I read in the discussion. So yeah.
I think that would be similar to the Euro run. That's just the latest 12's the Euro run that I've just talked about how it does stall for like 3 days, which might cause some very serious flooding concerns. And
Yeah, that certainly is never good. When a system stalls, it's never good. Whether it's over water, over land, eventually it's never good. So
yeah. It looks
yeah,
like
that is in fact the water. Yeah.
the system is going to have to battle fronts when it gets into the Mozambique Channel. Just pushing it.
well, depending upon if the environment, if it gets back into the channel, depending upon obviously the environment, if it were to get back on the channel and we was able to see another round of intensification, even if it gets back to a tropical storm again or something, that would just be pretty cool and just like a little bit more on its journey.
Yeah. Rainfall totals here are pretty worrying after the 5 day period. Like 500 millimeters of rainfall.
I'm looking right now, and it turns out that Nalgem and Icon are the only ones that support it getting back into the channel for the second time. While the others take it inland or like further inland, or they keep it stalling on like inland, not Madagascar. They keep it stalling in Mozambique, which that would be Euro and CMC. They basically are pretty much the same. They take it into Mozambique and they basically store it there for a while, which again, major flooding concern. Either way, if it does go into Mozambique, it does make put up into the channel. But, severe impacts. Like every model, I think um, we do have severe impacts regardless. But the worst is probably going to come from flooding, based on the Euro and CMC runs.
Yeah.
Those would probably be the worst scenarios. Um, yeah, I think from what it looks like, I think the JTWC is following Euro and like actually no, yeah, no, it's not. Hold on. I'm basing that off the fact that it's been mentioned that it's going to stall and it's going to cause flooding. Yeah, it is following GFS roughly takes inland foreign land. It doesn't really stall near the coast like shown by most models. Like, yeah.
Here I'm trying to draw the fronts currently. It's weird right now. Then let me go ahead and nope, I cannot move it forward after that. And so it's roughly just this huge line of thunderstorms there. There's the system. Gonna collide with it. And it's gonna kind of create a dent in the front, if that's the correct term. Here's by hour 24. There's the front developing, about to hit land. Now the front's getting stretched out. And the storm is now inland. By 48 hours out, the storm is beginning to push out the front. By hour 60, they're starting to collide even more. It's pushing away that dry slot. As you can see here, it kind of curves down because of the whole system pushing it away. By hour 72, it is successfully pushed it away there. There's the high pressure that's causing this whole thing.
Let me take a look.
Around Mozambique, here is the next front starting to develop, and here's the old one. And then by hour 20, the newer front is getting pretty close. And the old one's gone.
Yeah, it will be more affected by the second front that hooks up onto after it makes landfall in Mozambique when it
Yeah.
re-emerges into the channel again. The first front that gets connected to its relatively light, and then high pressure basically just I guess weakens that front.
And dry air starts getting into the storm by 7.5 days. Let me pull up the icon model, see what that's showing. Alright, now you can't do relative humidity in this.
Yeah, icon is the one showing it. Is 1 to 2 showing it re-emerging back into the channel for the second time,
Yeah.
and you'll be able to see what I'm on about by that second front connecting over onto it when it does re-emerge. Connecting in the sense that kind of hooks onto it rather than becoming post-tropical. You know what I mean? I've also heard a bit of time ago that if that icon run is jet interaction potentially.
Yeah, for those who
Which is
don't
gonna
know,
be
this is where the front is likely located. Let me draw that better. That's around 48 hours. So that's the first front Freddy faces, and then it starts moving away. Let me see if I can find the point. Here we go. This is where the next one's most likely is.
yeah.
And as that's pushing forward, it starts pushing the storm down this way, trying to avoid interaction there. And then towards the end of that, you can see the fronts roughly like that. Wondering what the storm looks like now. Yeah, its eye is continuing to collapse. Eye temperature is minus 11 degrees Celsius.
Oh, what was it before? It was minus 17 or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, like minus 19, I
Right,
believe.
so it's warmed a bit. But then again, I think those might just be fluctuations at the moment. At the moment, the eye is relatively cool, like way cooler than it was before, and it will suffer some fluctuations. Nothing too significant.
Yeah.
It will likely remain on a slow. I guess on a very slow weekend trends. I guess for now until the album replacement cycle finishes, or it will maintain its intensity.
Trying to
Hold on.
refresh the infrared frame.
I know this might not be the best thing to do, but I'm going to check the simulated dial.
I did that
Model 1.
earlier.
It probably isn't going to be a good idea considering a lot of the models do have not very good initialization, but I will. Yeah, I'll check. It might not be a good idea to check simulated IO, but I guess just for whatever, I guess we'll check. We'll see what it looks like. Um, hold on, good. What am I doing? Hold on. Um, yeah, CMC has yeah, very bad initialization, and therefore it's got very bad simulated IR. I'm looking. It's not looking too good.
Hurricane Felix asked, "Is it an eyewall replacement cycle?" And I answered, "Yes, it is."
Yes, it is. It should finish in about, I guess, 12 hours tops. I will replace it cycle should finish. It started around 6 hours ago.
Could it possibly never complete it?
Um, I hope it never completes it, because if it does complete it before landfall, there is a small possibility of a good intensification right before it makes landfall. At the moment, we're gonna have to wait. It probably, from what I'm expecting, it probably will finish its cycle replacement cycle before it can make landfall, but that would probably be right before landfall. If it does complete its cycle replacement cycle earlier, intensification is expected, considering that it is in a favorable environment. But yeah, as of right now, should take a bit of time to finish the cycle replacement cycle. I can
Yeah.
imagine the remnants of Freddy go into the South Atlantic and form a storm.
Wait, did someone ask that?
Quebec storm tracker put that
Oh,
on.
well. Um. Oh, they said, "I can't imagine."
Oh, okay.
That's what they meant. Yeah, it's not gonna make it there. A storm has never, from the Southwest Indian Ocean, made it to the South Atlantic and form. There have been remnants that have made it there, but likely not gonna form there.
Especially given especially given the very cold seas over temperatures which are on the other side of the continent in the South Atlantic, in that specific area. And dry air, I imagine. Not very moist there. Yeah, very cold sea surface temperatures on the other side of Africa. I know that Tropical Storm Shailene made there. I don't remember what year it did. And those were only remnants anyway, so.
Oh wait,
And there
Icon's
are some.
newer thing is loading now.
Oh, the new run. Okay. Interesting.
It's going up to 9 hours currently.
Yep, looking. So obviously we've got bad initialization like always. I'm
Yep.
not surprised. Models have done very bad initialization lately on Freddy.
Don't they
Not
normally
really
though?
lately. They've always been
Like
doing
all
it.
storms.
I get they do it a lot.
Because, like, normally what you'll see is models will show intensification just because of the bad initialization.
Yep.
And it will likely strengthen less based on how strong it would be currently.
Not
I
only
guess
that, but
so.
models don't usually initialize well when an eyewall replacement cycle's going on. They usually don't account for it too well.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
our
that's true.
forecasts do not account for that either. Well, most of the time. Some of the time, like during SAM, that eyewall replacement cycle was expected, so it weakens, then strengthened. But most of the time, we
Sometimes
just
the HW,
have it as if it's not
sometimes the HW,
undergoing. Sometimes what?
sometimes they, uh, sometimes HWRF tries to predict them in their model runs, and sometimes it gets them right, sometimes it don't. But because it's a higher resolution, a hurricane model instead of
Yeah.
just a regular operational global model, it has the resolution to be able to do that. So that is interesting that they have that into the model.
Yeah.
Oh,
I really
But
wish the
not right.
HWRF would work right now, but HCCF not showing anything.
oh yeah, I just realised. Oh, yeah, we can't access HWRF at the moment. That's not. That's not good.
Well, it's
Ugh.
now roughly midnight for that area, so guess another six
Yeah.
hours until sunrise starts to go over, Freddy.
Yeah. Sunrise is over Eastern Australia at the moment.
Yep.
Moving across.
And sunset's now heading in towards Brazil.
We should have the next joint typhoon warning centre Dvorak fix literally anytime now.
Right?
Like onwards really. We'll see what they put down. As I mentioned previously, the Dvorak fixes how it looks Dvorak wise at the moment isn't really important. We know it's an reliable replacement cycle. We know that the eye is cooling or is remaining relatively cool. It is either on a slow weakening trend or is maintaining currently.
Yeah.
Where Dvorak might help slightly. But yeah, we know the structure is deteriorating at the moment while it is changing angles.
Definitely.
I'm gonna check radar because I don't think we've checked radar for a bit. Do you want to put radar up on the screen to show everyone?
This is the best Zoom Earth radar. Do you have the website for the radar?
Yeah, I
Can you
think.
send it in the
Hold
group
on,
chat?
I will. Hold on.
I found it.
I found it good. What did you find the
Wait, no,
Mauritius
actually,
one
it's
or
not working.
the Oh, okay, no, never mind.
I got good news. I found an alternate source of the HWRF. Although
Oh,
for
let's
me
go.
it's not working, so you try it. It's not working for me, so you try it though. Because my connection hasn't been the best all day. But I'm gonna post it here in the chat and go ahead and see if it works for you.
All right, give me a bit to pull up the radar.
Yeah, I'm getting information from Alan that I will replace the cycle looks to be finishing close. And
I
he
don't think
just
the
said,
link was ever sent.
I
I
did
sent
send
it
it.
in the live broadcast one.
All right, here I'll look
I
at that
sent it
one.
in here, and
It says sorry, figure not available yet. It
yeah,
shows
it's
for
not.
Storm Invest 90S.
Yeah, but you can change it. That's because that's the original one that I had on there.
Oh, okay.
It should say Freddy over there. See it on the left side?
Uh,
Look on right
actually,
over
yeah,
yeah,
Freddy.
right over there.
Oh, there we go. It's not
See?
really a visual, but
No, you can change it. You can change it. You can you should be able to change what you're showing here.
where would I go for that?
Over there, do you see right there where the model cycles are? It shows all the products available: track intensity, wind sweat, deep layer, shear, mid-level
Oh,
troughs,
I
all that.
can
See
click
that
on them.
all right there. Oh, you can't?
I can. I didn't realize it.
Good.
Right, tracks.
So they,
Yeah, nav gems there, and COTC. Interesting. Well, I like that they show the category. Cat 4 landfall. Some are showing Cat 2 landfall in Mozambique. Ghost IR. Water vapor. None of these are working. Microwave. I think that's simulated, right? Yeah, simulated microwave. Here we go. Oh, geez, what the?
Right. Latest work fixes come out by Hawkins, of course, and we got a T5.5.
I found the, wait, T5.5?
Yep, from the latest John Typhoon warning sensitive work fix.
Right. Oh, here, I found intensity, I just can't find images. So they initialize it at 120 knots, weaken it down to 110, up it to 120, down to 105. Their peak is 125 knots, and then it rapidly weakens after landfall.
okay, and then what does it get to over the channel?
Let me check. 83 knots.
South Pacific does have an area that's rotating. I'll
Mhm.
go and check that. Hold on. I'm gonna check how it looks at the moment.
There we go. I found out something with the, wait, wind structure not available, thermal structure. This is something with tornado products.
Quebec storm tracking, could you pinpoint roughly where this rotating system is?
They said South Pacific.
South Pacific. I can't seem to find anything over it. The best thing I can find is this top-like feature east of Fiji. I can't seem to find anything else. If that's what you're on about.
Alright, I'm gonna have the Force 13 Discord up. See if there's anything interesting that pops up.
Not much discussion in there currently.
Oh well. Oh, wait, hold on. I actually shouldn't be streaming that. Forgot that it shows my account. Surface pressure, does that work? Nope. Rain swath. Oh, this is the thing. Alright. Yeah, it looks like 4 inches of rain most places. Wind swath is not working for me. There it is. Alright, they're showing around a Cat 4 landfall. And then roughly a Cat 2 landfall in Mozambique. Possibly tropical storm winds reaching Zimbabwe.
What is showing us? The 120 knot landfall?
HWRF.
Interesting. Honestly, that's not bad. I guess that's not a bad forecast, I guess.
I mean, Cat 2 is entirely possible in the Mozambique channel.
I mean, that
I
depends
guess
on
what they,
in general.
yeah, but like you said, what it's showing is not really too crazy because even if it does, which likely actually will weaken to a Category 3, it could complete the eyewall replacement and then re-intensify briefly to a Cat 4 before landfall. Obviously, it's going to rapidly weaken regardless over Madagascar, and then if it doesn't get torn up too bad structurally, it could, on the high end of things, become a Cat 2 in the channel. If it took the path that HWRF shows, as you can see, it has a little bit more time over water than most of the other models.
Yeah. Also, I would not be surprised, really, for a major hurricane in the Mozambique Channel from this if it pulls a Gombe, or if the, I don't know, if it just triggers an eyewall replacement cycle. Or actually, no, that wouldn't work.
The only way that's going to happen is if it just, for whatever reason, quickly develops a pinhole eye and just goes Noru mode. That's
Yeah.
the only way that's going to happen. That's the only way I
Or
see it.
Gombe.
Or, yeah.
Because Gombe had to
Yeah,
deal with the mountainous terrain.
we'll have to see if either that happens or CMC. Actually, wait. We'll have to see if that happens with Icon or now Jim runs verify. Because either one of this.
Says, and Ellie says, I heard it is going to hit Biera, which Cyclone Ida, 90% of it was destroyed. This was in 2019. The thing is, the people of Mozambique don't really have the means to prepare efficiently. That is correct.
It could hit there, but either way, they definitely should be prepared to receive impacts. Let's say that for sure. They should be prepared for impacts.
I do not know where Biera is, so I'm looking it up.
It's right there where the middle of it comes together. It's where a die made landfall in 2019.
Oh, okay. Let me pull it up on Zoom Earth.
What's better though, at least, is the fact that it won't be as strong as.
Oh, here it is, right up here.
Probably won't be. It likely won't be as strong as Iodide, but it probably won't. But that's the thing. It won't. It will be, I guess, quite significant as well if it follows the Icon and CMC runs where it will stall over land. That's going to be a big issue. And as you guys just mentioned, it could pull on Rory. It could intensify more rapidly um than at the moment shown, and could be more significant than forecast at the moment. But that entirely.
I'm gonna pull up multi-model diagnostics from Ramby.
I will do the same. Welcome back, Jimmy's.
Hi.
Hello, welcome back.
GFS is apparently showing a rapid increase in share from now on, according to the multi-model diagnostic comparison.
Yeah, I see it. That's been predicted for a while now.
Hey, shows a good increase in C substance.
HWRF shows a possible Cat 3. JTWC only. Or wait, no, Cat 2 I meant. JTWC going with Cat 1 and GFS going with mid-range or high-end tropical storm.
I would say the most likely outcome, and again, we know as it depends on the structure when it gets there, but the most likely outcome of the channel would probably be, I would guess, a mid-range Cat 1.
Yeah. Oh, here's oceanic heat content. It's gonna rise to around 50 right out in the Mozambique Channel. For comparison, right now it's in around 15.
That's not a very good source of OHC. You should use the PIA OHC. Go on the current storm analysis and use that one because this right here has very low resolution.
Where do I go for it?
Go up at the top. You see where you're at satellite imagery? Up at the top, yeah.
Yep.
Now, no, over to the left. Over to the left at current storms. Over. Oh, yeah, right there. Okay, now you'll get the option right here to change it to tropical cyclone heat potential instead of sea surface temperature. And then obviously go to the South Indian.
Right, South Indian Ocean.
SIO, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah, I like that better. Alright, so it's in around the 40 to 50 range, and will likely go into 100 range, but lowering down, so it's more unfavorable.
But still enough to,
I'm looking at the multimodal diagnostic comparison. So, as I mentioned, HWRF shows good increase in sea surface temperatures to 29 degrees before landfall, while GFS is showing going down to potentially 26, 25, which probably not going to happen.
Yeah.
I would agree on the HWRF solution a lot more. And then mid-level relative humidity should continue increasing from now on, like pretty much going up.
Yeah, and not only that, but all the SST maps as well as the agencies have alerted to that right off the coast of Madagascar has warmer, deeper OHC waters that are very favorable. And the GFS has just had a bad initialization from the start. It's been initialized in 2 weeks. It's been like weakening at 20 millibars every time by the first 6 hours for no reason. For the last week, I don't understand what the problem with it is. There's a bug or something, but it's just not doing very good.
Yeah.
Anything to do with intensity before Madagascar.
I have on my screen the radar imagery from La Reunion, and you could clearly see that cut in the storm for the eyewall replacement cycle. That image was found by Casper.
Well, not me. Alan actually sent it into the contribute hub.
Yeah, I know.
That's where I got it from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to get into the newer radar website. You're gonna have to like log in and everything, and I can't be asked. So I'm trying to take everything that I can get from other people.
Minus 8 degrees Celsius I right now.
Is it? Oh, good. Okay. That's the thing. That depends whether it's gonna have an icing or not, because it seems to be going worse at the moment. Minus 4 degrees.
Rain is going to begin to start hitting Madagascar soon.
Yeah, I'm looking at the latest Dvorak imagery, and it looks like its west side has completely been.
Yeah, I have it up here as well.
Obliterated. Yeah. Yeah, it's White and B-ring have both been they've both been cut in half basically. Its west side has been completely obliterated. Should be sorted out sooner when the idle replacement cycle finishes. But at the moment, yeah. Obviously, as normal with an idle replacement cycle, it's deteriorating.
Here, I'm gonna pull up kind of our cone and how many people could be impacted.
Yeah, how many could be impacted?
Well, or I mean, like that are in the cone.
Oh, you've pulled up a nice website. Hold on, let me get that up for myself.
It's gonna take a while to load. Possibly 30 million people.
That is.
Yep.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Think about it. It's also affected a lot of people already in the Mascarene Islands,
Alright,
and
so
it
here's the
is
distance from the storm. Reunion's around 200 kilometers away from it. Mauritius is around 300 kilometers. Edge of Madagascar is around 560 kilometers. Thousand-kilometer range over here. Alright, now towards the Mozambique landfall around 2,000 kilometers out. And the 5-day point, 2.5 thousand kilometers.
interesting.
So I'm going to pull up landfall site. 100
If it
kilometers
were me
within
in the
the...
next forecast,
Hmm?
the next forecast that we make, I would probably show a weakening trend a little bit for the next 12 hours, and then after that, I would keep it stable until landfall. There is some obviously possible intensification if it can finish the eyewall replacement, but from a forecasting standpoint, that's what makes the most sense to me. Weaken it a little bit the next 12 hours, and then keep it stable all the way until landfall from there. And then obviously rapidly weaken and then increase in the
Chase, where did you find the
SMAP
No.
is if you search up ASCAT, and then if you pull that up, data products on the left-hand side of the screen, and then pull up SMAP.
I think that tomorrow we should do another live until landfall, until about an hour after it gets inland.
Well, tomorrow is school.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You're.
I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to be able to join tomorrow then. I mean, if you do it in the afternoon.
Alright.
That's because obviously I live in Europe and I'm going to be sleeping at that time probably. Unless you probably start at around. I mean, it depends when you finish. I don't know.
Alright, Icon Run is loading even more.
I guess it's enough now. Take a look through because we've got 5 days on. So actually no we don't. We only got hour 96 I think. That's a pretty intense landfall.
Yeah.
I think there's now better model agreement on a stronger storm, maybe higher in C1, lower in C2 potentially.
Say mid-range C1.
So we have a landfall by Euro, we have a landfall of 981 millibars at hour 93. From the GFS, we have a 988 landfall at hour 84. By CMC, we have a 991 millibar landfall at hour 108. By Icon, we have, I think it was something like, yeah, it was 981 millibars landfall by Icon. So I think that's good enough based on model consensus.
Yeah.
And there's one thing I'm gonna do.
Water vapor imagery looks awful.
Yeah, so I'm just checking that Ryan Knack's website has now switched over to so on its ensembles, where it has all of its ensembles, it's switched over to weather nodes now since Tropical Tidbits isn't updating anymore.
Yeah.
And they bet. Yeah.
It's around 620 kilometers away from its landfall.
South Indian Ocean is at 128 ace.
Oh wow.
The average season is the average season is 138 ace. Between what we have left with Freddy and that other system that's probably going to become a tropical storm, it's probably going to have that right there, and then we'll be heading into March, which is historically its best month, and we'll definitely probably get more ITCs, maybe even a VITC.
Yeah.
And then we've also got April left as well, so if we do get anything there, which there is potential, then that's going to add on. We're going to get a good season.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Here we go. On my screen I have like the mountains it needs to go through.
On the 21Z frame, we have -2 degree now at the moment, so it is warming quite a bit now.
Its highest altitude looks like 4.7 thousand feet. So nearly a mile high. Or if that is a mile, I don't know.
I will be back. Give me 1 second.
Alright. There is the most recent satellite imagery, or infrared. Clearly undergoing an eyewall replacement cycle.
Yep, even radar. And well, we don't have any recent microwave, but the latest one we did indicated that, and the radar that we do have. It's getting out of range now, but we did see that on the radar. You showed it a couple minutes ago here on the stream.
Yeah. 20Z JTWC estimates like 15 knots. I don't know if that's JTWC or Meteor France. I think they might have issued a new cone. Nope, no new cone yet.
Right. How are things going?
Freddy is clearly undergoing an eye wall replacement cycle. I'll check the latest eye temperatures.
So it was at -2 degrees last time I checked. Hold on.
I'm seeing 0 degrees. Which is pretty surprising.
If you take a look, you can definitely see that the outer eye wall, if it's able to complete and close off over there in that western quadrant, get a little bit stronger. That'll be the part of where the inner eye wall starts dying a bit quicker because it's totally robbed from getting the energy and the moisture and all that there. So if it can do that right there, then it'll definitely start to die down a bit quicker. The inner eye wall will.
Yeah. The western eye wall is like -50 degrees Celsius, whereas the eastern part is up to -80s. Let me pull up the Dvorak imagery. I'm having a hard time seeing the second eye wall.
What are you trying to see on?
Multiple different imageries like radar.
That's probably because it's becoming more dominant and you're only going to be seeing that one eyeball now since the other one deteriorated and this one's now coming over to replace it. So I think the one you're seeing right now is the new one. I don't think you'll be able to see the old one anymore.
So wait, this whole thing is likely the new one?
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe so. You see right there where it looks like there's a dry spot kind of on the outside of it.
This part?
I believe all that's right there, and I believe, yes, that right there. I believe that all inside of there, you see where it's right there. Yes, that's the new, right there is the edge of the new eye wall.
Are you sure that looks like the outside of the core?
Right. But if you look, what I'm saying is that on the inside of that, it is where it is because if you look, it's kind of trying to wrap around there. If you look at it,
yeah.
So you can see it, and not only that, but you can see how like the inner eye wall on the infrared satellite appears to be warm, and so which would indicate that it would be weakening. So
I feel like the main outer eye wall might be this part.
Yeah, but look at the band on this right there on the inside of it right there, and then you would have it right because then you have at that point, like I said before, when it's able to close off on the west, where it would start to complete it quicker because the inner eye wall would die faster.
Yeah.
When it's fully off, when it's fully cut off at that point, which is probably closed somewhat, but not very strong yet.
Yeah, so this whole thing needs to close itself.
Yeah.
Right there. That's correct. You got it right, I believe.
All right.
That's what I get out of that. A microwave obviously would be helpful, but I believe that's what we're working with. Yes.
Yep.
And generally, if you have more heat content available, you're able to do this a bit quicker. Like for example, in the West Pacific, right now we would probably already be almost about ready to clear out another large and then probably intensify, before significantly before landfall. But here, because they don't have as much oceanic heat potential, it's not
Yeah.
going to able to complete the process, quite as quick. So, I believe strongly in the correlation between that, and even then we still have a favorable condition here, but I believe that that's why it's taken a bit longer, than it normally would.
Yeah. I think I might transition back to the back to automated stream. I'll send Y in the
It's fine. I was probably gonna go anyway soon because I've got stuff to do. But
alright. Let me try and transition it. I'm gonna swap the stream back to my other computer. Alright, it should transition it.
right, I am probably gonna go and
Should transition.
sort out my own things. So I'll see you guys later. And
Alright.
yeah, let's hope
I'm
we
probably going to go.
do good.
Streaming.
Make sure we
All right,
put it
now
on
we're
here
on.
so I can see it.
We're on. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, can you?
Yeah, I got
put
it,
on
I
the-
got it, don't worry.
Cool. See it now.
Alright, so we are now back, everyone. Currently we have made our new forecast cone for the 7 p.m. Eastern Time, or 00Z. Our current estimates concluded that the storm is weakening, and it currently has winds of 125 miles per hour and a minimum central pressure of 951 millibars. It is expected to potentially complete its eyewall replacement cycle before striking Madagascar as a Category 4. Afterwards, an 80 mile per hour peak is expected in the Mozambique Channel before striking Mozambique and stalling. Any comments on that?
Yeah, that just to back up what you said, that'd be correct. Right now, it doesn't really appear that it's changed quite significantly on satellite, but it does seem that the outer eye wall is continuing to become more dominant. There's been some fluctuations in the eye temperature as of recently, so we're probably not quite done with the inner eye wall just yet. But if I had to place my bets on it, I would say it's more likely, rather than not, that this will complete before landfall. Hence why it's smart to forecast the re-intensification in case it does,
Yeah.
And the environment is very good with very warm, deep waters all the way right up until landfall. So if it is able to complete it, will not be surprised to see that intensification. And to add on to what you said, obviously the rapid weakening over Madagascar, but when we get into the channel, we also have that favorable environment still, and that's why we're expecting it to re-intensify into Category 1 before it hits Mozambique.
Yeah. Speaking of the eyewall replacement cycle, though, we got a microwave imagery of the storm. Would you want to explain what this means?
Well, this right here would clearly show a deterioration of the inner wall and strengthening of the outer wall, even though there is some gaps in there, possibly a little bit of dry air within the system, but we can definitely see a moat region in there. This is around 3 to 4 hours ago, so it could be a little bit different now. The indications based on satellite are the outer wall would probably be a little bit stronger, and it might have contracted a little bit, but generally we can see what the radar imagery was telling us when we can see it, and that is that we have a little bit of loose banding here in the outer eye wall, but it's coming together, and we have a deterioration of the inner wall, and that's probably going to continue here, as that is what is to be expected of the eye wall replacement, and we'll see how it goes, but right now that's what's going on. So yeah.
Yep. Are you able to pull up the latest radar imagery?
I don't have the link to the radar, and when I did get a link to it, for whatever reason, I was not able to connect to it.
Oh, okay.
So I'm unsure what the deal with that is.
Yeah. Now I think it'd be a good idea to look at the models.
The 18Z models are running. So yeah.
Yep.
The 2330Z, so basically the Joint Typhoon Warning Center Dvorak fix is a 5.5 with a CI of 6.0.
Have they released their new cone? No.
Nope, not yet. That usually doesn't come for a couple more hours.
All right.
They've released an update. I believe they have for intensities. But let me check on that real quick. Okay, it appears they went with 115 knot 937, which wouldn't really make sense given that it was at 1:15 and it was at 9:51, the last advisory they
Yeah,
made.
yeah.
So they might override this here, but as of right now, their 00Z estimate is 115 knots. So they do have it 5 knots higher than us, but that's an insignificant difference, obviously, in this situation. But we should certainly look for an override there, because it wouldn't make sense for them to drop the pressure that much and keep the wind, and it wouldn't make sense really for them to drop the pressure at all in this situation. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see an override on that one.
Yeah. Looking at the GFS, they're showing a landfall at 1 p.m. Eastern time, so not 24 hours. I'm trying to think about how long. How long is
18 to
that?
24 18 to 20 hours.
Alright,
somewhere around
yeah. Comparing that to other models such as the Euro, roughly the same thing. CMC. CMC is a little bit later. Icon models still same thing. NavGem same time.
NavGem seems to be quite a bit more south, or whatever model it is there you just showed.
Yeah, NavGem's going very south. This is very unlikely.
Very unlikely, yeah, indeed. If that did occur, that would be good for the ace, but that's very unlikely indeed.
Yeah.
Way too far south there.
Right, pulling up the GFS, it comes off of Madagascar very weak. And then, let's say barely makes it to cyclone strength. And then makes it down to South Africa and Zimbabwe border. Also behind it, you're able to see 93S potentially becoming a tropical storm. The Euro model, pretty much same thing, except this time it stalls, and the front barely affects it, so it just dies out inland. The CMC model, CMC has it likely deteriorating into a remnant low after striking Madagascar, but rapidly organizing, striking Mozambique as a cyclone, and then stalling over Mozambique and dying out.
Yeah, I'd say that it's pretty unlikely that it would degenerate to a remnant low. And if it did, I don't think would be able to really organize back again. But that's very, very unlikely for that to occur.
Yeah.
That usually would only occur in a system of this size and intensity when it's moving inland for several days.
Yeah. The Icon model has it deteriorating down into like a low-end tropical storm, and then kicks into gear, possibly even Cat 2. And then it's still lingering around Mozambique by the 5-day period. Yeah, Michael Cat 5 said. Euro has it stalling over southern Mozambique. That is why our latest cone has it over there.
Yeah, slowing way down there at the end, and that would obviously be very bad in terms of flooding potential there, given that, because anytime you have a stalled system, obviously it's weakening, but it's at the same time it's raining itself out. So
yeah,
all that moisture is essentially being rained out, and so you have flooding in these areas way above your normal levels of rainfall, and that can definitely cause a lot of issues, especially like this in an area that's vulnerable itself to any cyclone strikes, but especially the flooding, in the region like this.
Yeah. Also, I'd like to mention that our unofficial cyclone warnings have been discontinued in Mauritius, and the cyclone watch that was over to the west Madagascar has now been upgraded to a cyclone warning. I should have noted a cyclone watch for these islands.
Yeah, Europa Island.
Yeah.
Another thing to add on to about the rainfall and the Euro model is that
What the heck? Alright.
you also have that front and a front after that is swiping through these same regions that's gonna bring some rain with it too. Obviously, the storm is going to bring more rain than the front, but it's just like, these grounds are already going to be saturated because of this front here, and now if the Euro model verifies and this thing is able to re-intensify and then stall inland like that and rain itself out, that's going to be a pretty bad flooding scenario.
Yeah.
Especially given the fact that over the Mozambique Channel, this thing's expected to be a lot broader and larger, and more like a monsoonal type of nature storm.
Yeah.
If it's able to reorganize, expect it, and all that, it not only will it, bring coastal impacts, but inland when it stalls like that, because it'll take a while for something like that large to rain itself out.
Yeah. Speaking of the fronts, though, this is roughly where they are right now. Obviously, Freddy's likely to move roughly like this. And that is currently, like, right now. Let me pull up 24 hours. Or not 24 hours, 12 hours out. There's the front now adjusting. Storm's over here. And then another 12 hours, so it's inland. Oh, wait, no, there we go. There, the front's becoming very close to the system as it's weakening, likely a Cat 1 at this point. And then at this point, you're able to see the isobars here with the front.
Broadened.
And you're able to see that the front is kind of pushed back there. And then there they start colliding with each other. And I believe this is the new front that's trying to form. Well, that's like that. Here's some more.
And
A dry
we're in a
slot
situation
that
here.
tries to get in here. Yeah.
And we're in a situation here where we have weakening steering currents, and when you have weakening steering currents, you have uncertainty, not only higher than average, but you also have obviously the stalling issue, but also if this thing trends in a way where these steering currents weaken more than they're forecasted to now, this could slow down a little bit more over the channel and give it just enough time to intensify a little bit more, or maybe if it stalls a little bit closer to the coast and not as much inland, it can suck in some heat from its outer bands and live that much longer, because that's similar to what Harvey did and all that. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of factors going into this here, and it's bad no matter which of them occur. But this thing can be pretty bad flooding wise for South Africa and surrounding regions, in Southeast Africa.
And also, I'd like to note that wind shear could be a little bit higher, I think, due to the front trying to push it. Possibly, I don't know. Alright, here's the Mozambique landfall. Here's the newer front developing. Here's the dry slot trying to get in. And then here's the front, if I can pull it up. Here is the new one. Here's the outer moisture of the storm. And then here you can see the front starts pushing it.
Yeah, and maybe you should take a look at model-derived rainfall here, and you know, you get an idea of what these models are calling for.
Yeah, I'll do that next. Alright, so here's the front, and now it's starting to push the storm that way. With this one, it shows that the Euro properly survives, and you'll see that a dry slot starts pushing in. And that will drain it of its moisture, and it dies out. Also good to note that the that new system is also getting influenced by this.
Nice to know that system, no matter what becomes of it, it's going to most likely, from the looks of it, be easily out to sea here.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing, you know, kind of like almost like a Dingani a little bit, where it's not a land threat.
Yeah, well, hopefully it doesn't influence another system.
Mm-hmm.
Oops. Not that. Here is the storm now much closer. Be interesting to see the eye temperatures now. Oh geez, yeah, that really has deteriorated.
Right now it's at -5 degrees Celsius. It's been, for the most part, around there the last several frames, but it was down to as low as 22 earlier, and up to 4C earlier. So it's still fluctuating, which is normal during the eye wall replacement. As we can see, we have seems to be still a weakness on the western side here.
Yeah, minus 35 degree area.
That's part of the I think that's like the very edge of, you know, where the new eye is going to be.
Yeah.
But we're still, as you can see, we're still got a little bit of a weakness here in the outer eye wall on the western side. But it does appear to try to be thickening up, and if that, you know, deeper cloud top right there can wrap around and complete that, at that point, then you would have a situation to where we would probably be nearing the completion of the eye wall replacement. We're not there yet, but we can see that the inner eye wall is continuing to probably slowly weaken. So.
Also, I'd like to note the fact that possible rain is beginning to hit Madagascar now. So all the rainfall over eastern Madagascar is from the system now.
Yeah, you can see those outer bands starting to come on the coast.
Yeah. Rainfall, let me look at that. ECMWF has gone down in rainfall totals for Mozambique, which is good.
Good, yeah.
Showing roughly 9 inches or 250 millibar or millimeters. Oops. Mozambique around 125 millimeters or 5 inches.
Hopefully that doesn't end up being too much more than that. Good to
Yeah.
see that they downtrend. We models have done bad on rainfall totals before, but if that's any indication, it's always good to see it go down on something like that.
Yep. GFS has it low.
Yep.
Icon model is probably something I'm worried about. Yep. Over here, I'll need a refresh, I think. Yeah, like a foot of rain offshore. Or around 300 millimeters. And then onshore it gets down to around 200 millimeters. And then rainfall starts kicking up again off or in the Mozambique Channel. Gonna look at wind observations. There was some tropical storm force winds in a ship 90 minutes ago. Let me pull up.
My bad. It disconnected.
Oh, no worries.
But yeah, I'm gonna go grab something to drink. I'll be right back. But yeah,
Alright.
As we keep watching this thing, obviously we're pretty confident on what'll happen in Madagascar, but then we'll get more confident on Mozambique.
Yeah.
But I'll be back in a minute.
Alright. So wind observations are relatively low on the coastline of Madagascar. Mauritius is the one that's a little bit high and worrying. There are no ships in the storm, thankfully. Gonna see if I can pull up the Madagascar satellite. Nope, not this. Interesting, they have a 120 knots peak. I don't know which thing that is. I believe that's the Mito France. Here is current imagery of how the storms progressed recently. No update yet from the JTWC. For those who are wondering or who just got here, this is our current forecast cone.
I'm back now.
Alright.
I keep refreshing and seeing if the JTWC has overrode their estimate.
Yeah.
So far, they have not. So I'll keep checking that, and I'll be checking for the MFR and JTWC forecast, because this is 12 hours since the last one, so the JTWC should have a new tone and discussion coming out soon.
Okay, I'm back. So here is the latest imagery from the satellite focused on Madagascar. It shows the size of the storm.
Yeah, that's something to note is that despite being weaker from the Category 5 peak, despite coming down from the 165 mile an hour peak that we had for it, you know, now that we have obviously lost wind speed, the size of the storm is larger. So, you know, in a sense, it hasn't gotten any less dangerous here because now these impacts are more spread out, you know, due to this eye wall replacement. And
Yeah.
if it's able to complete it, which it appears that it probably will at some point, and pop back up a little bit before landfall. But either way, this is not a good scenario because it just makes a surge and a wider swath of you know, impact in general.
Yeah. Wind field would increase, leading to a broader area of impacts. And I believe hurricane force wind field would also increase.
Oh yeah, that's actually, believe it or not, the percentage, if you look at the size of the wind field, the hurricane force wind field, it's going to probably almost double. And that's what's going to be damaging is those hurricane winds.
Yeah.
If you look on, we're not using it for intensity, but if you look on FNMOC, and you can look at ASCAT, it will show you that the wind field is already a lot larger than before.
ASCAT?
It maxes out at 60 knots on there, and you will look at a lot. Yeah. There's a lot of 60 knot barbs, a whole bunch of 60 knot barbs. You can see that it is huge now. The wind field is no, well, not really huge, but it's bigger than it was for sure. You can definitely see the expansion of it. Okay, so Mateo France Reunion just released a new advisory. They took away the VICTA. They took away the VITC. Their wind speed estimate. Their wind speed estimate is 95 knots, 10 minutes. That would be equal to like 100 to 105 knots 1 minute. I think that's a little bit too low right now. But they do still forecast a re-intensification to 110 knots, 10 minutes, which would be approximately 125 knots 1 minute. So they still are reforecasting it re-intensification, but they don't forecast intensification.
They have it being a tropical depression when it comes out.
The MFR, no matter the intensity over land, they always have a depression there.
Well, no, I'm talking about right after. Like, I know that overland will be a black circle, but now it's showing tropical depression.
Okay, they have it becoming a severe tropical storm in the channel.
Yeah, not cyclone
that it'll become a. Yeah, I think it probably will, but they don't think that yet.
So it looks like La Reunion is now out of the tropical storm force wind field, which is good. However, that means it is closer to the landfall. Looks fairly less than 12 hours out. like 15 hours or so. We currently only have one concurrent viewer.
Mm. Well, to be fair, in the area that it's affecting right now, it is nighttime. So that might be why earlier we had as many as 10 and now we have 1.
Yeah, also it's turning nighttime for Eastern time, or for the United States.
Mateo France reunion, MFR. The discussion comes out. That's what it says. They do forecast re-intensification to 110 knots. The discussion says during the last 6 hours, the eye pattern has continued to degrade with a poorly defined eye wall and warm tops. The eye is having trouble restructuring, which may suggest an unclear eye wall cycle. In this configuration, the Dvorak analysis is downgraded what validate Doppler red measurements usable within the last radar of the Colorado of the reunion. That is to say, winds estimated at 95 knots. In the final moments, Freddy's chances of restructuring his eye are still low.
Yeah.
Little change in terms of track forecasts until landing on Madagascar. Freddy maintains its course towards west-southwest until Tuesday, skirting the northern side of the high geopotentials of the middle troposphere. In the short term, the forecasts of the various models remain little dispersed and stable, with a good confidence on a track accelerating it until a landfall Tuesday evening on the Madagascar east coast. At the level of the provinces of Atsiana and Vatovene, the dispersion increases afterwards, especially when the system comes out on the Mozambique channel. This dispersion between models is explained by a different management and the mobility and positioning of the subtropical ridge from Wednesday drifting 2 scenarios. The RSMC track forecast opts rather for the scenario of a more northerly track proposed by some guidelines, making the system die on Mozambique territory. With a weakened eye wall structure, Freddy should resume an intensification phase, but with different difficulty at short intervals. Then, in a weakly to moderately constrained environment and aloft, the conditions are favorable to an intensity until the landfall on the Madagascar coast. Freddy should maintain the threshold of an intense tropical cyclone during its path towards Madagascar, or even more. At the end, after a classical weakening over the Madagascar lands, the central core Freddy should restructure before an intensification over the Mozambique channel in mixed environmental conditions. However, that could reach the stage of strong storm before it makes landfall on the Mozambique coast. According to the RSMZ forecast, the vortex should dissipate inland after hour 96.
Alright.
So that's what they have to say in their discussion.
Yeah. Yeah, they have it dying off after day 4. They no longer have a 5-day cone, it's only a 4-day. I might start a new live stream.
Yeah. And then we can do this. And then we can do this until until the JTWC posts their new con.
Yeah. I am probably gonna end this one now. 307 views is pretty nice.